make sure Mike knows when he comes in. I'm going to work 6:30 or 7:11. What are you going to do? Some over here with officer, Mike. I mean, we'll have enough before it's over. In reality, as you said, I mean, that's not so good. We got nothing. We're going to stand in. People are going to stand and do what you're doing and get the picture.
behind them yelling. He's like in that lady's fourth shot, yelling at him. I know. That's why they should have a PD car here for stuff like that.
where a nigga at? Better deep in China somewhere.
Yes, yes. How are you?
Fifth Thursday, it's like 5 I got into the booth. I got in the booth for like an hour and a half. But then Friday it was just 4. Saturday got it at 5.
Jesus
I was
Christ,
uploading in my computer.
the second coming. Waiting for hope to resurrect me. Okay? All that gotta happen for me to be the Jesus Christ in the flesh is for hope to resurrect me. Jehovah. Don't Jehovah resurrect Christ?
But you know, I'm like Tom Brenner, the great one who politics. It's like, well, you know what? No, actually, I think that is an issue overnight. 12 standards, although a lot of the fun of it, but you know, I mean, you do need a diverse staff.
Whoa, whoa, be careful. You're on road. You know, I mean, things I also take the so I don't want to.
Oh no, they're just like, you just feed back to neutral and don't talk too much about
my strength too. You want artsy fartsy.
Trust me, I saw him on
Okay.
more.
No, I'm
Yeah,
sure
very
Jordan filled you in
aggressive.
on what happened Friday.
What happened?
Jordan filled you in on what happened Friday?
No.
I'll tell you after we do the hit. Let me know if you need me to move or anything.
Right now, what you said.
Ryan, fuck my. No. Not scheduled. He was just saying he was.
Sorry, I just missed that thing. No, I just
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I can't hear anything in my FB. Okay.
Hey there, everybody. I'm Jesse Weber, and welcome to our live lunch show here on Law and Crime. This is day one of the Sean Diddy Combs criminal trial out in federal court in New York. We actually decided to start a little bit earlier because they went on a lunch break. So we are going to talk about everything that has happened so far today, both the prosecution and the defense. They laid out their cases for the jury today. This was finalized, by the way, a jury that was finalized this morning. Then we heard the opening statements. I say we heard. There are no cameras in that courtroom. There's no audio in that courtroom, but there is live reporting about what has been happening. And in a few minutes, I'm going to bring on our special guest who was in that courtroom to give us the latest on what has been happening. But what we want to do also in this lunchtime hour, actually we'll probably go to at least 2 p.m. Eastern, is to take your questions about this case, about where you think this case is going to go. As we lay out what happened in opening statements, your thoughts on maybe who is winning the day so far. By the way, we have a poll up right now about whether or not Sean Combs will take the stand. Will he testify? What do you think? Took the stand in his last trial all those years ago, but it was a very different kind of case. This is a very different kind of prosecution. Two different narratives today, right? The prosecutor, Emily Johnson, essentially described Combs as a monster, stating that this jury will hear about all kinds of alleged crimes and the team who helped him commit them. The defense, Tenny Garagos, explaining that this case is about love, jealousy, money, and even acknowledging that there are episodes of domestic violence, but it's not sex trafficking, it's not racketeering. So right now I want to bring on Elizabeth Milner, Law&Crime's reporter, who was in that courthouse today for the opening statements, day one. Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming out really quickly to talk about this. So first I want you to set the stage. The whole scene out there. You had almost trouble getting into the courthouse today. Talk to us about what you're seeing.
Oh yeah, I crashed out a little bit this morning, Jesse, thinking I was not about to get inside that courtroom just because of just how crazy it is. I mean, you can just see the lines just going all the way back with media. It's going all the way back just with the public, just so some people could either, one, watch the trial, get a glimpse of Diddy's family members coming in and outside of the courtroom, and even as well as see as his attorneys, whose members include Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Mark Garagos playing in kind of that defensive advisory type of role. So it's crazy out here, especially, you know, it's Diddy, it's high profile celebrities, it's salacious allegations. Then on top of that, he's facing a lot of time behind bars. So you can understand why so many people of the public wanted to be here and wanted to get here super early so that way they could attend. I even heard somebody was standing in line and was auctioning off how much that they would give to somebody else in line for up to $500, $600. So that's just a lot of people here. Now, as far as who was inside the courtroom today, still is a lot of famous faces, or well, let me not say famous faces, but a lot of people that we are definitely familiar with here at Law and Crime. You have Mark Garagos in the courtroom, Karen Agnifilo, who is the wife of Mark Agnifilo, who's also representing Luigi as well too. You had Little Rod inside the courtroom today, and he's one who had filed one of the many civil claims against Diddy as well too. He came in probably, I would say, maybe a little like 8:30-ish, kind of came in with his sunglasses, 2 chains on, as well as his attorney was inside that courtroom as well too. You have all of Diddy's children, with the exception of his youngest daughter, Love, were inside that courtroom. So that includes Quincy Brown, Justin Combs, Christian Combs, Delilah Combs, Chance Combs, Jesse Combs. Chance's mother was inside that courtroom. Diddy's mother was inside that courtroom. The daughter of Diddy's youngest daughter was inside that courtroom. And then you have the twins' caregiver, who is also best friends with Kim Porter as well too. So a lot of people were inside that courtroom as well for just opening statements, just to get this jury selected, because it went down from 43 to 18 today. And so a lot of people were inside that courtroom. It was body to body, and what can you expect? It's Diddy's first day of trial, so this was, you know, just a little bit of what we were expecting today, but it's crazy out here.
And I will encourage everybody to check out what you're posting on X, Twitter. Because earlier today you actually posted that you saw Rodney Little Rod Jones, one of the first people to sue Sean Combs. He was outside the courthouse. We were always expecting who would end up showing up during the course of this trial. Talk to us about the jury. Who is this jury? What can you tell about how they're reacting so far to opening statements? I mean, NBC has reported you have one juror who's a 69-year-old male, another juror who's a 31-year-old male, another one 51-year-old male. You have a 42-year-old female, and they have different numbers to them. But what are you determining based on the jury? What's the makeup, and How are they positioning? How are they reacting to the opening statement so far?
Yeah, well, kind of a hard question to answer, I should say, just because of where I was sitting inside the gallery. It was really hard to kind of see each and every single one of their faces when both sides were presenting opening statements. But what I did see from being inside that gallery was some people jotting notes, some people just very much intently listening to both Emily Johnson for the prosecution as well as Tony Garagos for the defense. But as far as the makeup goes, I kind of just took their jury numbers and compared them to the notes that I took last week when I was here for jury selection. You have one who's a scientist, one whose brother is a security guard. He knew Diddy was arrested but didn't know the charges. You have one person who's part of a union job. He works for the Department of Corrections. Another person who is now retired but previously used to work at Verizon. You had another person whose friend is a detective, son is a security guard. But, you know, as far as the defense was kind of making their objections today as far as jury selection goes, and, you know, just kind of the objections they made that, you know, the government was striking 7 black jurors, that type of thing. There were still black jurors that are going to be serving on this panel who are going to be making making the decisions going into those deliberations. So from what I saw of the jury makeup as a whole, it really was a diverse group of men and women of all different ages, all different walks of life as well too.
So we hear some commentary in the back right there. Obviously, I think there's going to be a lot of commentary when it comes to this case. But Elizabeth, you know, we counted up right now. I believe as we're looking into this, we're counting up how many men there are. I believe there's 8 men, 4 women on this jury, all different ages. None of them younger than 30 years old. Take that for what it is. A little bit of older individuals as well. But I think it's really interesting when you talk about what we saw today with opening statements, right? And by the way, just to reiterate something that you mentioned before, the first argument we heard from the defense today was saying that the prosecution, they raised what's called a Batson challenge to their preemptory challenges, saying you're striking jurors based on race, which is improper. The judge didn't side with it. They got a jury selected. Talk about opening statements. I want to start with the prosecution, Emily Johnson. What was the main theme of today, and did you learn something new? And Elizabeth, you're going to have to talk a little bit louder because that guy behind you is incredibly loud. So, so what was the theme of Emily Johnson's opening statement, and did you learn anything new? Anybody that might testify?
Yeah, so, you know, obviously we've been following this case from the beginning, from the time that Cassie had first dropped her civil lawsuits against Diddy. And so a lot of this stuff that we were listening to from Emily Johnson was expected, right? You know, she starts off with saying, this is Sean Combs. He's a cultural icon, a businessman. He's larger than life. But then she went and kind of talked about the defendant's crimes, the defendant being Diddy, that went past 20 years, you know, kidnapping, allegations of arson, allegations of drug trafficking, sex crimes, obstruction. You know, they were talking about one specific night where the defendant was on the hunt for girlfriend Cassie. So I was pretty surprised there that they just went out of the gates and already had just named her. I was assuming when she were going to be taking the stand, that's when the jurors would know her name, and that's when she would be introduced as, you know, alleged victim number 1. But the government came out and just automatically just named her. You know, they talked about the incident where Diddy found out Cassie was seeing another man, and that Diddy took his gun and his bodyguard, and Diddy threatened to allegedly kill this man that Cassie was with. You know, Emily Johnson talked about how he had beat Cassie so brutally that he also had to take control of her. He kept videos of Cassie sleeping with escorts and threatened to use them against her. These are the types of things we had already known and were already kind of painted out inside those indictments that the government had written up in that type of sort. You know, Diddy referring himself as a king, which is kind of ironic because he has a giant king crown on the back of his neck. You know, Emily Johnson spoke about the defendant using his inner circle to manipulate women that for a while he watched, how his bodyguards kind of played, or bodyguards as well as employees kind of played a role into this alleged RICO conspiracy as well too, you know. And she made it a point to say this case is not about a celebrity's private sex preferences, because that was something that the defense definitely kind of chalked it up to being just, you know, that he lived an alternative lifestyle, that type of sort, and we'll talk about that more in a second. You know, while there has been a lot of reports about victim 3 and where her whereabouts are or anything like that, the defense didn't talk about alleged victim number 3. Instead, they kept it pretty short and to the point. They talked about Cassie, they talked about Jane, who we presume to be the other alleged victim in this case. the government was talking about, the freak-offs being also named Wild King Night, something that we had also known about, as well as even just simply as, hotel nights as well, too. Allegations of flying escorts across state lines, out of the country, into the country, that type of thing, that Diddy had demands for the staff to set up his rooms in advance, lighting, lube, cash for escorts, drugs for both Diddy and the women that were participating in these types of events. Women had to dress in lingerie, had to wear white nails, tall heels, something that Cassie had pointed out in her civil lawsuit that was later settled. Talking about the drug use. Then they went into kind of, the allegations specifically geared towards Cassie and just how, the defendant had met Cassie. They had a 17-year age difference. Cassie was initially given a 10-album deal, and obviously that never happened as far as putting out a whole bunch of different albums and that type of sort. And so these were types of things that we had already known about. I think some of the more interesting points also go to Jane, as far as the other alleged victim. She was a single mom. She met Diddy around 2020 when Diddy was single, when Jane was single, but Diddy was seeing other people. Diddy introduced Jane to the freak-offs, and she had tried one just to kind of make him happy, and then just kind of kept going into this repetitive cycle of doing these freak-offs, wild hotel nights, that type of sort, just to kind of appease him, that Jane didn't want to do these freak-offs, and that she had tried at even one point to hire men on her own that worked in the porn industry so she could pick the men. Diddy made her, these escorts not wear condoms when they, allegedly participated in these types of activities. So these were just kind of the big things that were pointed out as far as the government. And Jesse, do you want me to go into the defense? Because the defense was pretty interesting as well, too.
Before you go into the defense, as I was reading about the reporting today, it was the first confirmation that Cassandra Ventura is victim one in this case. We always guessed it. We always surmised it. Now we have a definitive answer. And by the way, I think it was either the prosecution or the defense who mentioned that she's going to probably testify this week as we wonder who the first witnesses are going to be. And also this reference to Mia, who is Sean Combs' personal assistant, that is maybe going to provide some important testimony in this case. Now, before we go to the defense, real quick, as though you're looking at all these people that are behind you right now, Elizabeth, are these all reporters? Are these all fans? Are these all people who are supporting Sean Combs, who are not supporting Sean Combs? Are these just interested spectators? I'm trying to get a sense of the people that are walking behind you right now.
Yeah, so obviously I was trying not to pay attention so much because it's really so many people, but it's really just kind of a common mix. It's a lot of people who are here with the media. You have field producers, you have social media producers, and pretty much every outlet across the country is here right now inside that courtroom. I would say there's too many supporters beyond that one guy just kind of yelling, and he had been kind of saying some pretty vile things to us as reporters. So, we're trying too much not to pay attention to him as much as possible. As far as the family goes, right before we did this hit, we saw the family kind of get into a Sprinter van and kind of drive off, maybe to get something to eat, maybe to decompress, because, think about it, Jesse, his children were inside that courtroom, especially his daughters were inside that courtroom, hearing about their father, booking escorts and allegedly beating women and that type of sort. So maybe it was just the time that all the family members just had to get out of here, get away from this media circus. But for the most part, it's a good mix of both media and just the general public who are just genuinely curious.
So Elizabeth, I know you have to jump back into that courtroom because they're going to start up in about 15 minutes. Real quick, if you could summarize the defense's opening statement, some highlights there.
Yeah, the defense's opening statements were pretty, we were kind of expecting them. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had been physically violent towards women in the past. They were going to have to admit that Diddy had this type of temper, that, he participated in taking these types of drugs, and that his temper was especially bad whenever he was on drugs and alcohol. There was a point in the openings where Diddy stood up when Tenny Garagos was introducing him to the jury. For the most part, even throughout opening statements, he kind of sat there calm calmly. He looked at the jurors. He looked at Tenny Garagos, who again provided the opening statements on the defense's behalf. The defense was kind of harping on the fact that the government has no place in his bedroom, something that we had talked about many of times, just how they're kind of painting this as somebody, who did bad things on one hand, but were these bad things criminal? And that was essentially what the defense's argument was there. They said that the defense will see domestic violence in this trial, but, while they do take it seriously, they say it's not sex trafficking. So I feel like they're trying to divide this line between, this being a domestic violence spat or domestic violence toxic relationship type of thing, as opposed to these being actual criminal acts that Diddy was allegedly committing and that type of thing. The defense was saying that these alleged victims were strong, capable women, that they made choices that were for adults, they were free of choice, and they came with both pros and cons, and that type of thing. And then they were kind of talking a lot about how Diddy was jealous and how, other partners or his other relationship partners. So, for example, Cassie. They also mentioned Gina, somebody I had talked about in some stories I had done. She had talked about how Diddy was physically violent with her in a podcast episode, for example. And so that was kind of her mention there beyond, what the government was talking about as far as alleged victims in this case and that type of sort. They had mentioned Kim Porter and how Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter's relationship with Diddy and that type of thing. And then everything kind of ended as soon as Kim Porter had passed away. Cassie went to her memorial service, and that was the last time she had seen Diddy, even prior to her expectation that she'll be inside that courtroom testifying. These jurors are going to see some of these freak-off videos, but they say that it was taken from Cassie's devices, not Diddy's devices. And so, they talked about Mia, for example, who had worked with Diddy for a number of years, and the defense says, they want jurors to evaluate her motive to testify. When they were talking about Jane Doe, it was the same thing, that this was a jealous relationship. Jane wanted to be more public, whereas Diddy, he flaunted other relationships that weren't with Jane and that type of thing. So those were some of the biggest takeaways from the defense's openings, as well as the government's openings as well, too.
These are the arguments we anticipated. Now, obviously, there's a lot more detail to it. We're hearing it in an official capacity. And these jurors, while they might have heard certain aspects of this case, this is the first time, presumably, both arguments are being positioned to them for the first time in such a very particular way. And this is opening statements. It's not evidence, but it is the start, the official start of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Elizabeth Milner, thank you so much for reporting. Go back into that courthouse. Stay safe out there. There's a lot of interesting characters you're seeing running around. But thanks, Elizabeth. Appreciate it. Okay, so here's the deal. We have another hour. We're going to be taking your questions right now on everything that happened today and everything in this case. I mentioned we had that poll about will Diddy testify. You want to know what the results are right now? 60% of you say no, 40% of you say yes. Now, we know taking the stand could be quite risky for Sean Combs and probably unlikely if you ask me, but I don't know, you don't want to just hear my legal analysis for the next hour. That's why I'm joined right now by celebrity criminal defense attorney Brian McMonagle, as we know famously represented Bill Cosby as well. Brian, good to see you. Thanks so much for taking the time to come here on our live show.
Good to see you, Jesse.
So let me lay out what I think about the opening statements, and then you tell me what you think about the opening statements. Look, for the prosecution, they basically called him a monster, and they are going to be throwing a lot at this jury to consider. Tapes, accounts, receipts, people who worked with Diddy. There's going to be a lot to suggest that he forced people into sexual situations where there was a commercial value element to it, right? There was an exchange of money or promises. Sex workers will be called. I think that was a lot for the jury to digest. Now, if the jury doesn't necessarily look at the particulars of sex trafficking or racketeering, maybe the prosecution's got a really strong case, and we're really at the start of it. And by the way, if we believe Cassandra Ventura is going to testify and be the first witness to testify, quite compelling testimony, right? It was her account that led all of this. But when you hear the defense, and they've acknowledged that this is domestic violence, that what he did on that tape in 2016 with Cassandra Ventura is inexcusable, that this is not an episode of actual racketeering or sex trafficking, it can't meet those elements, it makes me wonder, is this a tougher case for the prosecution? I know openings are not evidence, and I didn't see it for myself. I'm basing it based on the reporting, but I think there might be something to the defense here. Am I totally crazy?
No, Jess, I mean, I think we've been talking about this for many months, which is this a situation where they made a federal case out of perhaps a lot of significant state court misconduct or crimes, but to make it a racketeering case, I always thought could potentially be a bridge too far. And we saw precisely what we expected out of the defense today after a very effective, it sounds like, listening to Elizabeth, prosecution argument. The defense did exactly what we thought, which is to say, hey, listen, bad conduct, at times a bad guy, but we're in the wrong courthouse. They made a federal case out of some appalling domestic violence, which they had to concede, and this were, at its worst, consensual conduct by a lot of adults, no children, a lot of adults, perhaps acting badly, among which he was one. So I think it is going to be very interesting, and I wouldn't be surprised if at the end of the day this jury parses charges and perhaps comes in with a compromise verdict.
We're still in the early stages, and by the way, everybody's asking right now, where's the footage? Like, why there's no cameras in the courtroom? Unfortunately, no. There are no cameras in federal courtrooms. That is the federal law right now. Those are the federal rules. I didn't make them. I think it's a big mistake, but there's always a concern. Yeah, I think that there's a mistake, but there's, concern about it improperly tainting the jury, it improperly tainting the case. I've heard the arguments, but in an effort of transparency, when there's a case of so much public interest, I think there should be cameras. There's going to be no audio. Transcripts will be released, and we're going to do something with those as well here on Law and Crime to try to do our best to put you inside that courthouse. So stay tuned on that. We have a question from Dry Roach 69. So submit your questions on YouTube right now. Will tapes be shown? Yes, they will, at least based upon the prosecution's opening statement. So not only will a sample or samples of the video of Combs allegedly assaulting Cassandra Ventura in that hotel hallway back in 2016 be shown, but videos of some of the freak-offs are going to be shown where Combs will be directing the encounters. If that's the case and the jury sees that, what impact do you think that's going to have, Brian?
It's compelling. Video evidence is it's indisputable, it's undeniable, and the question will be, are these jurors prepared for it? I was trying to get a sense from Elizabeth what we saw, what we have in terms of jury composition. But some of these people are going to think, they're strangers to this planet for sure when they start seeing some of these videos and listening and hearing some of the things that you cannot deny. It's compelling evidence. Videos, they don't lie. Audios, they don't lie. They can't be cross-examined. So it's all about the spin. And we're going to see who does better at spinning some of these bad moments during the course of these trials.
We have a question from Mac Dub. What day will the first witness take the stand? Brian, I don't know, now? I mean, it seems like the opening statements were relatively quick. We've seen opening statements that take a long time, take the whole day. And with a case this complicated, with so many different elements to it, I was actually surprised they got openings done before the lunch break. And I imagine we're going to hear the first witness. And who do you think that witness is going to be?
Well, I don't know who it's going to be, but you're going to hear the first witness. You're right. The brevity of these openings was somewhat stunning to me. And this judge isn't going to mess around. Let's go. You've opened. Call your first witness. Usually in these federal cases, they'll call witnesses that'll set the stage. They'll typically be FBI agents or part of the prosecution's investigatory team. We're going to set a stage, kind of a roadmap for evidence that will come. I don't think you'll see anybody significant this afternoon, but every now and then the prosecution gets really smart, and they'll come out of the box with a heavy witness, trying to hope the defense isn't ready to cross-examine them. So it'll be interesting to see, but my guess is it'll be a lot of setting the stage in terms of testimony this afternoon.
We have a question from Sheila. What does the jury pool consist of? So I'm going to read you once again the reporting based on NBC. So I understand that there are 8 men, 4 women. So juror number 2, well, these are just the numbers that were assigned to them. I won't mention the juror numbers, but you have a 69-year-old man who works as an actor and a massage therapist. He lives in Manhattan. A 31-year-old man who works as an investment analyst. He lives in Manhattan. A 51-year-old man who has a PhD in molecular biology and neuroscience. He too lives in Manhattan. A 30-year-old female working woman as a deli clerk. She lives with her mom and brother in the Bronx. A 42-year-old woman who is an aide in a nursing home. She lives in Manhattan. A 41-year-old man who works in communications at a correctional facility, lives in the Bronx. A 68-year-old man who's retired from working at a bank, lives in Westchester, New York. A 68-year-old man, who's retired from working at a telecommunications company. He lives in Westchester. 43-year-old woman works as a physician assistant, lives in Westchester. 39-year-old man works as a social worker, lives in the Bronx. 67-year-old man who works as a logistics analyst, lives in Westchester. And a 74-year-old woman who works as a treatment coordinator, lives in Manhattan. So again, these were the jurors that were whittled down through a week of jury selection, a week of asking questions. They had to fill out the questionnaire. They were further questioned by the court, and then both sides used their preemptory challenges. They can strike for whatever reason, just can't be based on race, gender, ethnicity, and got it down to this bunch. Anything you can glean from that, Brian, what the prosecution might have been looking for, what the defense might have been looking for, because you have ages that run the gamut. They have different careers, different occupations, different lives, live in different areas. Any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I think they both got a little bit of what they wanted. I'm looking and I'm seeing molecular biologist and then deli clerk, massage therapist, somebody who works in a bank. It looks like the cross section of the community. I'm sure the defense wanted some young people on this jury, some people that could probably live with some of the more bizarre types of behavior we sometimes see, a little more open-minded. Prosecution obviously looking for dyed-in-the-wool older Americans who are just going to be appalled by what they see, hopefully for them. It looks like they each got a little bit of what they wanted. I'm interested to see what the racial composition was of the jury. That always matters, despite what some people say, it matters. But I think everybody got a little bit of what they wanted, and keep in mind they probably lost a lot of jurors who simply couldn't be fair or simply didn't meet the criteria for qualification.
Yeah, and look, I think that when they raise an objection early on today about a Batson challenge, saying the prosecution's eliminating black jurors, that's a significant accusation to make, not uncommon. You see a lot of those challenges made during the preemptory phase. But the judge didn't say it was significant because the prosecution basically came back and gave their reasoning for why these jurors were being eliminated. And that actually answers one of the questions we got from one of our viewers, Megamind678. Why did the jury count drop so significantly? Because they did the preemptory challenges in just a few minutes and got it listed out. Okay, we have a question from KC. Do you think they will find Combs guilty? What could these charges land him?
Well, it depends on what they are. I would be stunned if he walked away from all of these charges. Some of them seem like pretty low-hanging fruit. Obviously, if he's convicted of the racketeering, he's going to serve easily over a decade in prison. It could be far longer than that. But if he's only convicted of some of the less serious charges, perhaps the charges that relate to just transporting for engaging prostitution, it might not be as severe a sentence as one might think. So it all depends. What is he going to be convicted of? If he gets clipped on the racketeering conspiracy, he's going to be in prison for a long, long time.
Life in prison. Life in prison. That's what he's potentially looking at there. And it's incredibly significant here. The stakes could not be higher for Sean Combs. I want to make that very clear. We got a super chat question from Garrett. Garrett, thank you so much for the contribution. How likely will Diddy be to work out a deal as he sees the overwhelming evidence the state has? What a great question. Because I was always saying it seemed unlikely to me that Diddy was going to take a deal. One of the reasons that he rushed towards this trial, let me be clear, he rushed towards this trial. To have a federal case go to trial in under a year from arrest and indictment, given the charges here and the evidence, seems shocking to me. If he made bail, I was fairly confident he was going to try to push this trial down the road as long as possible. It seems to me he does not want to spend one more day locked up. But then I'm starting to think, he's last week reported he told the court he's a little bit nervous. The reality of this is setting in. Jury selected, opening statements. He's going to see the evidence against him. You think there's a possibility he takes a deal in the middle of this trial?
It's always a possibility. The big question is there going to be a deal waiting for him now that trial has begun? I will tell you the Department of Justice for decades has been very, very, very serious about the fact that if you're going to take an offer, you're going to take an offer before the bell rings, and they'll pull it right after the bell rings. Now, they're pretty smart too. I'd be interested to see what everybody thought of the jury they got. If I'm the defense and I didn't get anywhere near what I wanted as a jury, I might want to today really think about revisiting plea negotiations. But my guess is they were probably years away from any kind of agreement in terms of a plea bargain.
When you mean that, when you say that, you mean what he wanted to spend in prison versus what the prosecution. That's what you mean by years away.
Exactly. They weren't.
Right.
My guess is they didn't offer him anything that he thought was worthy of consideration. And in a high-profile case like this, that's not really surprising. They really, think about how this began with, tanks and whatever vehicles they sent to his home when they first executed those warrants. You're not going to go through all that and at the end of the day offer him a kiss. And my guess is they're nowhere near a deal, and there won't be a deal.
We got a great question from Rel. You think it's a mistake if they put Cassie on early in a 2-month trial? I think it's a great question for a number of reasons. She officially today is a part of this case. This is the first time her name has officially been part of this, okay? Victim 1, okay? I think we can all say she's victim 1. Now, if they start off with her and she's strong, what a way for the prosecution to start the case. And I believe a lot of this, if not all of this, is built upon her. This case was started through her. But if you listen to the defense and they keep saying it's choices that she made, she kept coming back to Sean Combs. This is not episodes of sex trafficking. If she is not as strong a witness for the prosecution as they were hoping, and they put her on first, is it a mistake? Either way, do you think it would be a mistake for her to be one of the first witnesses, if not the first witness in this trial, Brian?
Yeah, I do. I really think it's better that they build to her. I don't expect her to be last. I would expect her probably to proceed the other, what I'll call complaining witnesses, because she really is the case. I'll also be surprised if what is being projected as a 2-month trial ends up a 2-month trial. So answering the question, it's a great question. It's all strategic. They've prepped her. The government knows what they're going to get from her. Her cross is going to be her cross. My guess is you get her early, but you get her after some layers of evidence that can't be disputed and can't be cross-examined.
So again, we're taking your questions right now in this lunchtime show. No cameras in court. We are doing our best to report to you as soon as possible about what is happening in that courtroom. And just to let everybody know what the charges are, because we talk about it a lot, let me just tell you the charges again. He's facing 5 charges. Count 1, racketeering conspiracy. Count 2, sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion of Cassandra Ventura, victim 1. Count 3, transportation of victim 1, Cassandra Ventura, and also sex workers with the intent to engage in prostitution. And counts 4 and 5 are related to victim 2, unidentified, don't know who they are, don't know who this person is, but again, it repeats the charges with respect to victim 1, so sex trafficking and transportation to engage in prostitution. Very, very, very serious crimes. Even that last one, transportation to engage in prostitution, some would say maybe the simplest charge to actually convict him on, 10 years in prison, max sentence of 10 years in prison. So let's go back to the questions. We have one from Ace. I think I'm saying it right. Ace, TM. Where is witness 3? Paid off or dead? Look, Brian, I don't know if you saw the reporting going into today, but alleged victim number 3, apparently the prosecution is having trouble making contact with this person. And it became a question, are they going to testify or not? One of the questions we had moving on to the trial today was, if they can't find victim 3, does this case have to be delayed? Isn't it weird that's going on with victim 3 or alleged victim 3?
I've never seen anything like it in a high-profile case, particularly a case being brought by the Department of Justice, that a witness right before the start of trial just vanishes or goes underground. Never seen it. They've usually gotten them buttoned up. They've gotten them either in witness protection or they're with agents. I've never, ever seen a controversy like this. And it could be significant. But I'll tell you something, this judge isn't going to delay a trial because they can't find their witness. This judge is going to say, finish what you've got. And if you don't have this witness, rest. And those counts that may relate to this witness may go right out the window.
You want to hear something interesting, Brian? So we put a poll up there about who you think won opening statements today. 78% say the prosecution won opening statements today. 22% say the defense. Now, again, we weren't in that courtroom. This is based on the reporting. But again, it goes to this idea, if you are the Southern District of New York and you are prosecuting a case against Sean Combs, you better have the goods. And maybe it seems that they feel they have the goods of all these alleged crimes. And they have a way of trying to tie it together. Who the witnesses are going to be? Sex workers, employees, alleged victims. They are the ones who are going to tell this story, as well as any documentary evidence as well. But I find that interesting.
It's interesting that it's not closer. And
Yeah.
it's tough to gauge by the polls because, who's in the courtroom, who's not, who's listening. But, we've been talking about how wonderful, I've been talking about how wonderful the defense team is in this case. You've got a who's who of some really great lawyers. Well, make no mistake about it, the people prosecuting this case are very, very good. You've got a, career prosecutor who opened today who's tried numerous racketeering cases in the past. So I'm not as surprised as one may think, particularly given what I would call an avalanche of bad activity. I mean, if you're just listening to it and listening to the behavior, it's pretty horrific behavior. Whether it becomes a case where they can prove beyond a reasonable doubt all these charges that you've enumerated, Jess, that I don't know. That I don't know.
We have a question from Gail Laurent. Will there be evidence that will not be accepted by the jury? Let's talk about how they found the tapes or all the leaks. So it's an interesting question, right? When you say not accepted by the jury, meaning they don't believe it, they are not going to use it in their determination, or it's not going to be brought into evidence. I'm not exactly sure. I will tell you, Brian, leading up to this trial, and I did a bunch of sidebars on it, there was multiple attempts by the defense to say a lot of this evidence shouldn't come in because the warrants that were used to obtain this evidence were ineffective. They were invalid. That the magistrate judge wasn't provided a complete picture of the situation. That if the judge had gotten all the evidence, what they say, of the text messages and the communications, they would have seen a consensual relationship. It didn't work. This is going forward. And it does become a question of, it's an 8-week trial. How much is the prosecution going to put forward, and how much is the jury going to see, and how much are they going to accept?
Well, they're going to see it all. To your point, the defense tried very hard to exclude a lot of this evidence. Now that the court has ruled, the judge has ruled, this jury must accept it. Now, whether or not they think it's enough to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, I don't know. But they've got to accept all of the evidence that is going to be introduced in this case. They don't have the luxury of saying, well, we think it was a bad warrant. We don't think the government had the right to seize it. Those decisions have been made. This jury will be instructed that they're supposed to accept this evidence and give it whatever weight they deem, appropriate. But they're going to get it and they're going to see it. And this isn't going to be one of those cases, Jess, where I anticipate that you're going to get a light version of the prosecution. I think they're going to throw everything they've got at him. With the worry that because of his celebrity and because of his status and because of those little things, they don't want to leave anything outside the courtroom. They're gonna put it all up there and ask this jury to consider every single piece of it.
They have to. If they're trying to say what separates this as a domestic violence situation or a relationship versus a federal crime, it has to be Combs directing them, forcing them, threatening them, using violence in order to rise to the level of sex trafficking. If they're going to say racketeering, and I have to tell you, I thought it was very interesting, Kenny Garagos. So in racketeering, everybody knows that you need to prove 2 underlying crimes, right, to get to the racketeering conspiracy: kidnapping, arson, forced labor. She went through each one of them and said why it's not that, why it's not kidnapping, why it's not sex trafficking, why it's not forced labor. And she went through them. And obviously that'll be something that moves forward, but they're trying to dismantle the prosecution's case. Got a question here from Miss Can't Be Wrong. Phenomenal name, for the record. Miss Can't Be Wrong, phenomenal name. The confidence there, I can't even match that. All right, this is for all the lawyers here. If Cassie settled her lawsuit against Diddy, took his money, how is it she can now testify against him? I'm curious, right? Because Cassie did file a lawsuit against Sean Combs in November 2023, settled with him the day after, and then we know there was just an avalanche of lawsuits against him and then ultimately the criminal charges. Fair question, right, Brian?
Really fair question. And this is from Mr. I'm usually wrong. The answer to the question, though, is if there's a criminal prosecution, all of that stuff doesn't matter at all. They can subpoena you. They can require you to testify. Obviously, it wouldn't be admissible in any kind of a civil context or a lawsuit. But in a criminal context, all those deals and agreements, they're right out the window.
But she can be cross-examined on it for sure.
Oh, sure. And, her motivations will be tested. The fact that she might have been extorting him or shaking him down. All of that's absolutely fair game. And I would expect to be a lot of the cross-examination in this case. I mean, this wasn't somebody who was slave labor. One of the problems I've always had with the theory of this prosecution was there are no juveniles involved. There's not an allegation of real human trafficking as we understand it to be. These are escorts or girlfriends or significant others that are going along for the ride. And it's in some ways a very luxurious ride. And so I think you're going to see a lot of fair cross-examination on just how motivated they were by the dollar. And he had a lot of them.
Well, I'll tell you, it was brought up today in the opening statements. I don't remember if it was the prosecution and the defense, but they brought up that she filed a public lawsuit in 2023. They're not shying away from that. That's coming in. People are going to know about that. And by the way, it's interesting. I did a sidebar today. It's coming out later on the Alexander brothers. So these are another high-profile sex trafficking case at the federal level. And I was interviewing an attorney about it. I said, it's interesting how this is being prosecuted similar to Combs, because our classic understanding of sex trafficking is you have this shadowy organization that kidnaps people from a foreign country, ships them out, sells them to people. That's what you think about when you think of sex trafficking. The attorney, but he said, that might be an easier case for a jury to understand and digest, but it doesn't necessarily mean that what Combs is accused of doing and what the brothers are accused of doing is not sex trafficking. If it makes those elements and you have interstate transportation, commercial sex acts, force, fraud, coercion, you can ultimately get a prosecution here. Okay, we got a question from Brooke Barnes for you. How can you as a lawyer be certain that the jury can remain unbiased with a defendant that's well-known and having well-known celebrities involved in any capacity? How do you combat that during trial? Brian?
You never can. Jurors give you their answers before you pick them. You hope that they're telling the truth. You hope that they've searched their soul for what are the true answers. But believe me, in high-profile cases, you're going to have people that are on these juries who have a view, and that may be a real positive view of the celebrity or a real negative view of the celebrity, or just a desire to be on that jury because it's a celebrity trial. And you never know as a lawyer who's trying to pick those juries and as a trial lawyer who's trying those cases where everybody is. And that's why you're looking at them. You're looking at their eye contact, their posturing, how they react to certain witnesses. I've had celebrity trials where people all of a sudden will start wearing T-shirts on the jury that have messages on them and stuff. So sometimes these folks can get enamored with the celebrity nature of the trial. Sometimes it turns out to be a real circus. But most times, most of these jurors honor the law and honor their oaths and come in there and decide these cases on the facts. And I'm guessing that they'll do that here.
By the way, so we're here for another 20, 30 minutes. I'm getting live updates about what's happening in court. We're going to present those live updates to you as well. So right now, for example, court is back in session after this lunch break, jury being called back into the courtroom. We are expecting the first witness from the government to testify. No idea who that person is. As soon as I find out, you will find out. We'll talk about it. But we're taking more of your questions right now on YouTube. Here's a great question here, Brian, from Stephen Ramsey. How can you be charged with a conspiracy, right? Conspiracy to commit racketeering. How can you be charged with conspiracy when it's only one person? Great question, right? Wasn't that the whole Ghislaine Maxwell situation? Who was she sex trafficking everybody to? Why is she the only one? Why is Combs the only defendant in this case?
Yeah, I've never quite understood why he's the only defendant in the case. But unfortunately for the defense under the law, you don't have to have indicted co-conspirators. They can be unidentified co-conspirators. They can be co-conspirators that are identified but never charged. And the jury will be told that. So it won't be an obstacle to proving the conspiracy. But make no mistake about it, jurors are reasonable people, and they may be saying to themselves, how is this a racketeering conspiracy? And this guy's the only guy in the courtroom. I think it's a really interesting issue legally, unfortunately, for the defense and fortunately for the prosecution. They don't need to charge anybody else as a co-conspirator to charge a conspiracy.
Well, I think those are going to be the cooperating witnesses. I would have to imagine if they're going to have his staff and people who are around him. But obviously, their incentive to testify against him now will be a prime material for cross-examination. So as we wait for these live updates to come into court, got a great question here from Mohican 161. And it goes to a question I didn't have a chance to ask Elizabeth yet, but she might not have the answer because we haven't seen any evidence come into the courtroom yet. But will Puff's children see the videos if they present it in court? Let's enlarge that question. This jury is going to see videos of freak-offs. Is everyone in the gallery going to see the videos, or are they going to have private screens, and the witness is going to have private screens, and all we're going to hear is the testimony regarding that video? How does it work when you deal with sensitive material like this?
In every case I've ever had, the jurors certainly will have private screens, but it'll be shown to the entire courtroom.
Really?
It's a public courtroom.
Wow.
It's a public courtroom, and unless there has been some type of order issued, sometimes things can be really graphic. Sometimes, there can be agreement among the parties that it not be demonstrated. But I've never had a case where it's not shown to the courtroom. And depending upon your vantage point, you may have a better look at some of the video footage than others. There's no requirement that they make it easy for the gallery to see, but I've never seen a case where they exclude it from the gallery. It's evidence. It'd be like bringing in a gun and handing it to a witness and not letting the jurors see the gun. It's part of the case. It's part of the trial. If you're in the courtroom, you should be able to see it.
We've got a question from Moko Halstead. And by the way, just giving everybody live updates. The jury was brought back into the room. Combs was brought back into the courtroom. They're starting their afternoon session now. The judge said there was an issue regarding the exhibit with an added note. There was an objection, was well taken. It's going to be excluded. Not really sure what that's about. So the jury's back in. All rise. Now, the first thing they're doing, when the judge asked, is the government ready to call its first witness? AUSA, the Assistant United States Attorney, so we're talking about a prosecutor here. First, we enter 4 exhibits. The defense, no objection. That's standard. So we have the introduction of exhibits, I guess, before witness testimony. How does that work?
Sure. I mean, they'll enter the exhibits by stipulation sometimes, and they've obviously stipulated to the exhibit so they can just get right to it with the witness. It might be video, it might be maps, it might be any number of things, documents, but they're getting that in before the witness actually takes a stand. It's not unusual in federal cases at all.
So got a question here, a super chat question. Thank you so much from Nest Dog. Where's Christina Quorum? Will she be a witness? Now, this was, by all accounts, Combs' former chief of staff. She has come up in other litigation before. The allegation being she knew what was going on, was a part of it. I don't know if she's going to be a witness in this case. But what do I remember in opening statements today? I remember reading they use the term chief of staff or chief of staffs. Makes me wonder, she's probably going to be a witness, no?
I would think she would be, unless she's got some Fifth Amendment prohibition. She may have asserted the Fifth before a grand jury. She may have a lawyer saying, I'm not going to put her on the witness stand without immunity. If the government didn't grant her immunity, if she felt like she needed it, she might not be a witness. If she has no exposure, Fifth Amendment exposure in the case, and simply as a fact witness, there's nothing preventing them from calling her. Government, though, is only going to call witnesses that are going to help their case. It's only in unusual circumstances where they'll call a reluctant witness, and that's usually out of necessity, and they may not have that necessity here. So if she's not a reluctant witness and she doesn't have any Fifth Amendment implications, you'll probably see her.
You want to know who the first witness is of the Sean Combs criminal trial, Brian?
Go ahead.
We are going to call LAPD officer Israel Flores. Now, he comes in, says, I'm a reservist for the Army. I was a guard with Securitas in 2016 in the Intercontinental Hotel near Century City. What happened on March 5th, 2016? I was told of the 6th floor. So they are starting with arguably the most important piece of evidence in this case. Are they not? Are they starting now with the video of Sean Combs purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura.
There they are. They have come out and they decided we're going to come out with a home run. And the idea behind it is pretty simple. Let's now poison this jury with evidence that they'll never, ever, ever forget. Let's start this game, for lack of a better way to describe it, 10-0 in the first inning. And it's a smart play because it's going to be the first thing these jurors see. And they're going to see this again and again, by the way, before this trial's over. But what a first impression. And think about it in terms of life. First impressions are sometimes the most important ones.
Let me tell you why I think this is so brilliant. In the scheme of this whole timeline, when Cassandra Ventura came out with her allegations, a lot of people looked at it and said, how do we know it's true? You know, another person accusing high-profile celebrity. How do we know it's true? When that video came out, it not only corroborated a section of her complaint where she talked about this, some would feel it corroborated everything she said. So if the jury sees this first and then she testifies, what a great move by the prosecution. That, at least my opinion, Brian. But here, I got another question for you. This is from Roger Wade. Oh, Roger, thank you so much. Super chat question. Thank you so much for your contribution. How crucial is Combs' apology going to be regarding the validity of the hotel video? Well, can't deny it's him.
You know, listen, there's some things, you know, you can accept an apology for. This isn't going to be one of them. No one's going to really care that he apologized. I think what the defense has already started to do and what they will continue to do is eat this and simply say, listen, yeah, if this was a state court prosecution for domestic violence, he would have pled guilty. He's already said he's sorry. He did that. He's not a racketeer, and this isn't a racketeering conspiracy.
Yeah. It was interesting when they were talking about the videos, right? Should the CNN video come in? Should other versions of it come in? What's accurate, what's not? There was an argument brought forward by the prosecution saying, you want to talk about authenticity of the tape? Sean Combs admitted it was him in his Instagram apology. That's authenticity right there, which again begs the question, why on earth he decided from a legal point of view it was a good idea to make that video. I still don't know, Brian.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you know, hindsight's a great thing. I don't think he ever saw this coming. But there's no way to get around the video. The question is, what does the video mean in the context of these charges? And I'll say this. I love the move. I love the fact that they're starting with it. But unless they're going to also end with it, if this is a 2-month trial, a lot can happen in 2 months.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, I want to confirm this for sure, but I think that one of the reasons they might also bring this witness in, right, is to establish that he bought the tape and he was trying to cover up his crime, and maybe it was a sense of one of those underlying predicate crimes they have to prove for racketeering conspiracy. So not only do they they not only get the attack, they get the cover up, which is another essential element of racketeering.
You know, as I listened to what was being described in the opening speeches, I thought that was huge.
Yeah.
Because it's manipulation. He's not only manipulating people, he's manipulating evidence. He's the puppeteer. And I think you're absolutely right. I think they're going to go down that road really, really hard, that he threw money at cover-up, that he threw money at covering evidence, at covering witnesses. And that has a big impact on jurors. You know, the everyday person sees that, and you know, you're not covering up innocent behavior. You're not covering up non-criminal behavior.
Yeah.
And it's significant evidence.
Well, Tenny Garagos, who's his defense attorney, in her opening statement said, on bribery, this is about the Intercontinental Hotel. He paid a security guard to make the footage go away. This was solely to prevent bad publicity for Combs and for Cassie. There was no law enforcement investigation. What do you think about that?
Well, you got to be careful with that, because I'm not so sure that's true. If it is true, then it's a great argument. But it begs the question, the reason that there's no law enforcement investigation, because the tape went away and you shut her up. So if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to have a lot to say about that. That it was everything about getting rid of evidence so he would not go to jail on a state court domestic violence case. And it would also allow the government to say, you know, I heard the defense up here talking about how this is domestic violence. Well, there's a reason it didn't get prosecuted, because he got rid of all the evidence, and
Yeah.
he shut her up. So, you know, it's going to go back and forth like this for 2 months.
It really is. It really is. And we just got an update from court. So Mr. Flores says, and again, first witness of the Sean Combs trial. This is somebody who had worked at the Intercontinental Hotel as a security guard. He's currently a LA police officer. So he was a security guard at the Intercontinental back in 2016. He says, there I recognize Sean Combs. He is there wearing a gray sweater. The prosecutor asks, what was your title? He replies, Assistant Director of Security. The prosecutor says, let me show you a photo of the Intercontinental Hotel. The Flores says it's shaped like a pyramid, and that exhibit has been admitted. So they're using him to lay a foundation for some of the evidence that's going to be put forward here. I have a question from Alicia Velgos. Is Jennifer Lopez being subpoenaed? Probably unlikely, right?
I can't imagine.
Because what would be the value of her testimony? What would she say?
I don't think that's going to happen. It'd be great for us, but I don't think that's going to happen. It certainly wouldn't be great for Ms. Lopez. So I wouldn't anticipate. I think we would have heard about that one loud and clear pre-trial if that was happening.
It seems that the prosecution wanted to be very specific with how they charged this. I mean, if you look at all of the allegations Sean Combs has been facing in the last 2 years, year and a half, if they wanted to potentially charge him with everything into one case, I think we would need years to get through it. They're very specific in what they charged him with, and also what they didn't charge him with, and who they're going to call and who they're not going to call, right?
Yeah, and you don't want to open up the door to weak evidence or to weak allegations. You know, you do it like they've done it with, you know, with a silencer as opposed to a shotgun, because when you do it broadly and you do it, you know, with a kind of a broad-based brush, the defense can have a ball with it, cutting it to pieces. I think the way they've charged it is smart. Whether they've overcharged it with racketeering, we're going to find out.
Got a question from Vanessa. How long do you think the trial will last? We believe it's going to be 8 weeks, which is a significantly long time. I mean, tough for a jury to sit on any case, let alone a high-profile case like this, let alone with the evidence they're going to see. 8 weeks. That's no wonder you needed 6 alternates, right?
I'm going to say something, though. You know, we got a jury this morning. They opened, we're into witnesses. I've had experiences, a lot of experiences in federal court as opposed to state court. You know, everybody has the mind and memory of the Simpson trial, which, you know, lasted forever. It was a state court prosecution. Federal court cases don't go like that. And sometimes when they estimate 8 weeks for a federal case, suddenly 8 weeks turns into 6. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little less than the time period they're projecting.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see. You know, they're going to be taking off for certain holidays as well and things like that. And obviously there could be some issues that delay trial. 8 weeks, long time. Question from Kaylee. Sorry, I'm mispronouncing it. My question is if Sean Combs is found guilty, what does that mean for all that have been implicated? Do they get charged? Now, that wouldn't be the first time, Brian, that we see a prosecution of one individual first that potentially leads to the arrest and indictment and prosecution of other people.
Yeah, you do see it. You see it in cases where people are convicted and then they roll on other people. I don't envision that here. They had plenty of time to make decisions about charging other people. Unless something happens during this trial in the way of additional evidence coming in or witnesses making declarations that weren't anticipated, I'd be stunned if we got more people prosecuted out of this unless there was some kind of effort made on the part of Diddy after the fact if he were to be convicted to cooperate, which I don't anticipate at all.
By the way, Brian, the reason we're having this in-depth conversation right now as the court is in session and we're providing live updates, there are no cameras in federal court. Why are there no cameras in federal court? Why is there no audio generally permitted in federal court? What's the rationale here when you have state courts across the country that do permit it?
Yeah, and I practice in a state court that doesn't. The federal courts just universally have a belief that cameras in the courtroom can have a disastrous effect on juries and courtroom proceedings, that jurors can be compromised, that jurors can be exposed to things that they shouldn't be exposed to. And they're very protective of the jury system. The flip side of it is these are public trials. And particularly in cases like this where the public cares about it and wants to know, I've always had the view that they ought to be able to see it because people can be distrustful. And sometimes things happen behind closed doors that, jurors may benefit from the fact that there isn't any cameras, but people, the citizens, don't. So I don't think we're ever going to see it change. I wish it would. And for those state courts that don't have it, like Pennsylvania, I wish they would put the cameras in there so everybody can see how the sausage is made.
And we could see more of Brian McMonagle, because who doesn't want that at the end of the day? We all want to see Brian McMonagle a little bit more.
Well, that would be the reason not to, perhaps, but
well,
my family would disagree with you.
So we have another update from court right now because it's currently in session. We just talked about no cameras. The prosecutor asked, what kind of incidents did you respond to? Again, this is the former security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel. Mr. Flores says all kinds. We had a couple of suicides there. We prepare incident reports, the 5 W's. The prosecutor says, would you attach photos to the reports? The response, yes, but not video. We did not have the password. Okay, so all laying up into the foundation of this alleged attack from Sean Combs against Cassandra Ventura. Here's something interesting. We have a poll up. Poll says, do you think the 2016 hotel video will be crucial to this case? 85% of the people who took this poll say yes. 15% say no. Now, crucial, ambiguous word about what that means. It's obviously going to have to be considered by the jury. I would say 100% has to be considered by the jury. But will it sway them to say Sean Combs is guilty or not? I don't know. What do you think, Brian?
Well, it makes him a bad guy. And, a lot of jury trials are tried with people who are celebrities who don't have that kind of baggage that, you don't have to think, well, wow, he did this, he did that. Maybe he's not the great guy we think he is. Well, this is a bad guy. I mean, this video paints him as a bad guy. And when you're in the defense camp like I am and you're defending a case, it stinks to start with, I got a bad guy sitting next to me, because if he's a bad guy, maybe he's capable of everything the prosecution says he is. Having said that, I think the defense is going to work really, really hard to call this what it is. It's bad conduct. It's a criminal charge in state court. We're in federal court. They've made a federal case out of a guy who's committed state court assault.
Yeah. Violence, not sex trafficking. Two separate things. Yep. That's what they're going to be argument is. We've got a question, a super chat question from G. Disney. Thank you so much for your contribution, G. Disney. Really appreciate it. What reforms, industry-wide or legislative, should be proposed to prevent replication of similar abuse by other powerful figures? It's an interesting question. What do you think, Ryan?
Well, I don't think there's going to be any legislation, but, guilty verdicts will have that effect. And, if at the end of this trial there's a guilty verdict, and we discussed another pending case that's going on now with some rather wealthy folks, it tends to send messages. It tends to clean up bad behavior. A guilty verdict in this case, I think, would go a long way toward that. Whether there's ever going to be legislation on this, I mean, what legislation could you impose? You either make conduct criminal or you don't. Could you add different crimes to the crime code? I suppose you could, but the government would tell you we've already got the crimes on the books, and that's why we prosecuted them for it.
One of the questions I keep getting asked constantly about this case, I don't think anybody's asked it yet today, is will Sean Combs take the stand? He did it in his last trial so many years ago, the nightclub shooting, very different circumstances. You think he'll take the stand this time around?
I don't. And that's just a gut reaction. I think he's got too much to answer for. And I think what we're seeing with the defense in this case is just a kind of a clinical attack on the elements of the charges. I think if he got up there and testified, he'd be subjected to some significant cross-examination. And, once a client testifies, you lose control of the case. You lose control of him. And while I'm sure he's a very eloquent guy and a smart guy, if I'm cross-examining him, I'd spend the first, hour replaying the video while he's on the witness stand without even asking him a question. Not so sure they want to put him through all that.
We have an earlier question. Sorry I didn't get to it till now. From Render Token HODL. Was there any additional evidence brought to light? So maybe you mean during opening statements. I mean, look, there was the mention of Mia. They mentioned Cassie Ventura. Maybe new, maybe not. It does become a question, I think, Brian, how much is going to be shown to this jury? What do I mean by that? Leading up to this case, everything was redacted. Everything was blacked out. Is it not going to be anymore? Are we going to know everything by the end of 8 weeks?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're going to have to unredact it, identities, etc. I mean, personal information, no, but, Social Security, that kind of factual, statistical information. But names, identities, you can't have a fair trial. You can't cross-examine witnesses without that material being redacted. So with the exception of, maybe some identifying information about bank accounts and things like that, all bets are off. It's coming in, it's getting unredacted.
We got a few more minutes here. I want to tell everybody what's been happening in court. Again, this former security guard at the Intercontinental Hotel is being questioned right now. First witness of this trial, of Sean Combs' criminal trial. Prosecutor asks, when did this incident take place? Mr. Flores says, 11 a.m. I got a report of a woman in distress on the 6th floor. I closed the security base and checked the cameras. There was an African-American man pacing back and forth. I didn't see a female. I rushed there. So again, going into this, remember why this is important, Brian, right? The prosecution saying this isn't just an episode of him beating her up. It's an episode where she was escaping a certain kind of situation. It's a characteristic, a symptom of a larger forced sexual pattern. And I understand why they're starting with it, but the defense has been saying this is just an unfortunate domestic spat, but this is a very, very particular situation. I have to tell the defense, I mean, for the prosecution's point of view, having him running there in a towel, the optics of that, it definitely helps their case, no?
It's staggering evidence, and it fits the narrative that they're trying to project for all the other charges. Coercion, it's physical coercion, it's mental coercion, it's all kinds of bad behavior, and it doesn't get worse than this. I mean, we've all seen videos with domestic violence in it. This is pretty bad. She's trying to get away. She's gotten away. She's at the elevator banks. And this guy has the insanity, the audacity to chase her down a hallway, wearing a towel, beat her up, drag her back. It doesn't get a whole hell of a lot worse than this, obviously short of a homicide.
Got a question from KC. Do you think Sean will try to throw other celebrities into the fire as well? I don't know. I don't think so, no?
I don't know where that gets them. Sinking ships. They try and sometimes drag other ships down. I don't see that here. He's got a brilliant defense team. They're going to make this an attack on the charges. I don't think that they're going to be pointing fingers at anybody else. He'll take what blame he has to take on what they have to take blame on, and they'll argue that there just has been an absence of evidence on what's important in order to prove racketeering. And I think a lot of this is going to be directed toward consent. They're going to call people prostitutes. They're going to call people escorts. They're going to say they were paid for their services. They're going to say they came there with eyes wide open, and that this isn't what the government has alleged.
Doesn't the defense have to be careful that how they cross-examine alleged victims, saying you're out of it for the money, or you were heartbroken, or you kept coming back, or if you really did have an issue, how come you didn't go to authorities? We live in a different day and age, and beating up, I mean, that's not fair. Cross-examining these alleged victims can look like beating them up, and you have to be careful about that, right? I remember there was at least one juror, prospective juror this past week, who admitted they were excused from the jury. If I see a witness being questioned, an alleged victim being questioned about why they didn't report it at first, I'm going to understand it. I might side with them, right? And that shows a bias. But it does become a question of the technique and the manner in which they cross-examine these alleged victims. And I don't think it's a mistake that Tenny Garagos did the opening statement today as opposed to Mark Agnifilo.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. I mean, they have to be able to walk that fine line, particularly today, now that the pendulum has swung with obviously these movements. And having said that, you can't get up and attack somebody's credibility without attacking their credibility. You can't cross-examine people and try to suggest they're not telling the truth without attacking them on their veracity. And so you want to call it victim shaming, call it whatever you want. I don't care if it's a sexual assault case or an eyewitness to a murder. Either you're going to cross-examine them or you're not. And if you're not going to cross-examine them, you should have pled guilty, 4 or 5 days ago. So I think the gloves are coming off. I really do. And I think by putting, some of the lawyers they've put on this team who can have it both ways, they can say, hey, listen, I'm a woman. I'm the last person in the world to agree with domestic violence. I don't like what he did here.
Right.
But they charged him with a crime he didn't commit.
So, giving everybody a final update from court, because we're going to have to be signing off in a minute. But what did you see on the 6th floor? Mr. Flores says, Mr. Combs in a towel and some like colored socks. He's a rapper, producer, and Cassie on the floor. Prosecutor says, let me show you some photos. And Combs was apparently in a tuxedo, and in a separate photo, Cassie Ventura is smiling. Listen, here's what we're going to do. We're going to do these live shows every day. That's our plan. We're going to be doing these live lunch shows every day. We are going to be doing daily sidebar recaps every night about what happened in court from that day. Particularly with no cameras or audio, we're going to do our best to recap all the important moments and also provide you legal analysis of what's happening, like with our great guest, Brian McMonigal, who was fantastic today, as he is always. Brian, thank you so much for coming on. It was great seeing you, and I know the audience and I really appreciate your insight into all this.
Jesse, thank you for having me. It's great to see you.
Great seeing you. Everybody, take care. We're going to be wrapping up. I'm Jesse Weber. Stick with us here at Law&Crime.
China need a labor force? I have a labor force. they wrote the U.S. Constitution with is written in your forefathers' slave and in your forefathers' blood. Just like they made the ink for your back. They made the ink that they wrote the Constitution in your forefathers. With your forefathers. My name is Treason. I am here to destroy the U.S. government. I am here to destroy every aspect of white supremacy. And each one of these slaves on my back represents a prison sentence. And I still have another slave to add. Each one of these slaves on this lynching on my back represents a prison sentence, and I still have another slave to add. We got awards coming. Awards coming. We are not waiting for no motherfucking election to take the White House. Us niggas are not waiting for election to take. We're gonna take it with us in the name of God. We are gonna take the White House with us in the name. You think Donald Trump caused the insurrection? Anything somebody does, they do it. Shut the fuck up.
No, sir. Let's stay classy, sir. Let's stay classy. Don't do that shit here.
Anybody that takes a dick in the butt is the devil. You fucking nuts. You fucking faggot nuts.
Sir, let's stay classy, sir. No. No.
And you were absolutely right.
Let's keep it cute. Don't fight.
No, I'm building it here on earth.
amiga, vamos fazer aqui.
got to work at McDonald's.
Yeah.
Let's go to McDonald's.
The twins are going to be models.
Yeah. Twins.
give. By any means necessary. It's war. This is a declaration of war. If Diddy don't walk out, either way, war won't be avoided. War won't be avoided. War will not be avoided.
John's at the front door. You gotta let him in. What do you mean? Alright, so you gotta go next door to Luke. You go tell John at the front that you gotta go get the keys now. What are you doing in the garage? Yes, I gave him the new one. Go in the front, meet John, tell him you have to go next door to get the keys. And I'll text Luke. I'll go ring the front bell and get Luke to get the keys. The keys are not hanging up in the garage? Alright, so go get John in the front first, tell him you're there, tell him you gotta get the keys from next door. Alright? Alright, and let John in, you might have to help him. You know how you turned the water off yesterday and stuff? You may have to do that for him, so see what he needs. Bye. Yeah, that's what I should do. No, but I can put the keys in the garage and I take them out there. Well, I can do that too. The other day I did a 12-hour shift. I did a 12-hour thing on Friday. I go home. My wife's like, "Oh, the shower took 2 hours. Like you didn't shut off all the way here." I said, "All right." So I called my brother's friend John. So I called up. He had to take it all apart, shut down the water, and they shut down the house water because I didn't want to leak for the whole day. So I was able to get it all off and shut down. There's 2 things in the shower body that you can shut off the water. So I just left it off, and he's coming today to see what's wrong. It must be a washer or something. It's not closed back. Yeah, that's what he's gonna say. He's gonna take that out. Yeah, I didn't know if it was gonna be something different, so I said, let me see again. Yeah. He's like my wife's brother's best friend, so like I'll throw him some money at him, whatever he has to do. So the guy John's ringing the bell while he's in the garage. I'm like, Diddy gets out of here. I gave my neighbor Luke the keys next door. My son's there, that's it. He's got a place. So he's just gonna sit in the garage forever because I'm not getting home till 7. My wife went at 7:30. I should have told my son Justin before he left. So he goes to Pace. He just finished his junior year. So he finished all his final